Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value, as I would say, in all types of ways. Give thanks every time. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for health. Give thanks for strength. Give thanks for vibe coding. Give thanks for knowing that if you just believe in yourself, have faith in what you do, you can live the way you want to live the life you love the life you live, and just give thanks and praise each day. So I would have to say, getting back where I picked off, this is going to be a process, setting up all these agents. Each agent, I'm getting better at understanding it. And one thing I wanted to do is like do a little bit of research into something I thought it was like really interesting from like the research I'm seeing. And I've been doing research with essentially Claude and a little bit of GPT, but I just wanted to see what Gemini thought about this. So I'm going to start off talking about that real quick with Gemini. And this is very interesting to me, so I'm not even going to explain it. I'm just going to do it. Less talk, more action. Coming through with a fraction of vibe coding knowledge that I didn't learn in any college. All right, let's see. There we go. I'm trying to understand Hermes Agent better. I keep seeing all kinds of videos on YouTube and all kinds of posts on social media throughout different channels like X, and they're all talking about how Hermes Agent is like the best thing to run your business autonomously. And like Hermes Agent is so powerful. And the more research I do, the more it seems like it's just hype. Because what I'm finding is like you could build your own custom agents that don't rely on like the Hermes Agent, the official Hermes Agent from Nous Research. And in most use cases, that's going to do better for you, depending on what the use case is. So can you help me understand this? Is this true? Like you could just build a custom agent with Claude Code or Codex, and in most use cases, it would give you better results than an actual Hermes Agent. It's telling me I completely cut through the marketing noise. My research is 100% accurate. Massive wave of social media hype claiming a single agent can autonomously run an entire business out of the box is largely exaggerated, and custom-built agents tailored to specific use cases routinely outperform general setups. Okay, so to understand why my intuition is right, helps to look exactly what Nous Research's Hermes Agent actually is. And this wasn't my intuition right away. This just came from me building out my first Hermes Agent, and then me building out like more agents and doing more research on Hermes Agent, understanding how it works, and being like, wait, this doesn't really make sense for my use case. And then doing more research. So I guess in a way it was intuition, but I just didn't catch it right away. If you teach a specific multi-step command line process today, save that script as a reusable skill. So it's designed to run in the background on a server or VPS, allowing you to message it from apps like Telegram or Slack. Okay, but I can also set up custom agents with a cloud Docker to do the same thing, and that's like $5 a month. So it can do cron jobs on the cloud. And if I set up my own database for an agent, then it's not like Hermes is like one size fits all database and learning process. And I think the main reason it's like hyped up so much is because it can get better over time. Like it can learn over time. But from what I understand, its learning over time is very specific to certain use cases. And for other use cases, it's like probably not that good, and you're not going to have really control. So it's going to, I don't know, I need to do more research on that part next, I think. General purpose agent framework like Hermes tries to be jack of all trades, has to handle everything from checking your mail, spinning up sub-agents. Its prompts and internal logic are incredibly broad. If you build your own custom agent, you almost always get better results for these reasons. Laser focused context, that's what I'm saying. And so, like, that's another thing, too, is like, I'm seeing people talking about, oh, my Hermes agent runs my business. And that doesn't make sense to me because the way I understand it, like, the more different tasks that you would try to make Hermes agent do, the worse it would do, because it's like, it's trying to get better, but it just gets better on like one agent, one task at a time. When an agent is too general, it gets caught in loops. It thinks about its thinking, misinterprets vague instructions, and runs up a massive API bill. Custom agent built with a specific script or model context protocol toolchain does exactly what you tell it to do when you tell it to do it. So it's all about making agents that are doing like a specific job and like having a workflow ahead of time. And I see this, there's like Hermes agent is already built. You can just like tell it what to do and it'll do it. You could tell it like 10 different instructions and it'll try to do all those things, but then it's going to run into a lot of problems, most likely at some point. And then what I've seen people talk about online is like, well, then you just build another Hermes agent to manage your other Hermes agent when it runs into problems. And it's like, from the research I've done, I don't think that is very like, if you make the agent right, you shouldn't need another agent just to manage that one agent. You might have like a team of agents that work with another agent that like helps them kind of coordinate and can, you know, say you're running like a certain department and you have like 10 different agents. Instead of like asking each agent separately about a certain issue, you could have one agent that's like an umbrella over all the other agents that would talk to the other agents and then do like a synthesis. If you build a custom pipeline, you control the guardrails, the inputs, and the outputs. You can leverage the full weight of a heavy reasoning engine strictly focused on your data rather than relying on a generalized agent loop to guess what you want. So, are there any use cases that you see that you think it would be better to just use Hermes agent instead of building a specific like custom agent for it? So if you want to control your AI through messaging apps like Telegram, Discord, or Slack, but like I could just build a site and make it live a custom site to custom run my agents, from what I understand. So that's probably what I'm going to need to ask it next. If you build a custom agent from scratch, you have to write the code to handle webhooks, format chat outputs, parse incoming text, and connect to API integrations for messaging platforms. Cron jobs. If you want an agent that wakes up autonomously. So there are some use cases that makes more sense, but I'm trying to figure out what these are. This is the main one that I'm looking at right now, is running a multimodal personal knowledge wiki. Come on, pretzel. Need one to change the music on my pretzel rocks every time it starts playing lyric music. Okay, so getting to what I'm building right now, I could probably find use cases for all types of things I haven't built yet. I should wait to do that research later when I get to that. What I'm building right now is basically digital employees. Running a multimodal personal knowledge wiki. I've built that in too. So here's the main thing, like Hermes has a feature of closed learning loop. Help me understand this better, because it writes a .md skill document to its own procedural database, so it remembers how to execute certain commands like better next time, if I understand this correctly. So what it's doing is it's learning each time it works and does a task, it learns your business. But like this sounds like this use case for Hermes sounds like it wouldn't need to be like one specific task. Like you just have it as an assistant for your business. So it could be like asking it multiple questions about your business and like having access to the wiki, which is like everything. So basically, how does that get better over time? That's what I want to understand. How does that skill MD work? And how does it know how to make itself better over time in the correct way? Versus if I were to make a custom agent to do the same thing, and I have a custom database that I'm giving it directions on how I want it to get better over time and what metrics I want it to use to measure its ability to get better. Tell me the differences. Because from what I've heard is that Hermes is like, it gets better over time, but you can't really train it how to get better. It kind of does it on its own. Is this true? So it writes a markdown file containing YAML code at the top. Step-by-step procedural logic it used to succeed. So when you give it a task, it remembers what it needed to do to make it work. So then when you give it that same task in the future, it knows how to do it. If it had to like struggle to figure it out before, it remembers. And if it encounters a new error in the future, it will like update to understand that. It's great for a general business assistant. So maybe this is like better for just random things that come up, not something like a process. So basically, like, Hermes learns by making its own decisions on how it learns. You can make a custom agent where you define the logic, how it learns, how it gets better. So I understood that part right. Blind spots, okay. Because Hermes suffers from a known defect where it frequently thinks it did a great job even if the output wasn't exactly what you wanted. And then how do you know when it did that? You have to like manually check it anyway. Unless it just makes a mistake and then you catch it. But with a custom, you program concrete validation checks that prevent the agent from lying to itself. So that shouldn't be an issue. You can still open up the markdown files and see what it's doing. And with a custom agent, then you, like, you gotta modify the code of what you want it to do, like what the task is. Okay, so then like Hermes agent like automatically condenses long-term interactions to keep token costs lean. And you can do that with a custom, but you have to manually program how data from your wiki is retrieved. So I'm getting somewhere new. That's awesome. And I'm seeing something I might want to build right away. Right away. Okay, so now I'm getting to something that I don't really understand. This is awesome. So right now, like, I'm building out workflows. And to make it simple, let's just focus on this marketing workflow for my business. Building out a step-by-step workflow and then handing off custom agents for each step of the workflow that's focused on one specific thing. Also have a wiki through Obsidian that has business information that gives these custom agents like background, so it doesn't have to burn too many tokens looking over the whole code base each time it runs a task. So what I'm seeing from you, if I'm correct, is you're saying that I could use Hermes agent for like kind of like an assistant that is outside of this workflow, that's doing more like random tasks and random jobs that aren't going to be like once a week or once a month thing. It's like something comes up that I wouldn't want to build a custom agent for because maybe it's just a one-time job, or at the time I think it's only going to be a one-time job. If I have a Hermes agent hooked up and it has access to the wiki that has everything to do with my business, that's better than doing a custom agent, because then it can, do these random tasks and maybe even like have better access to like my browser, because that's what I think most random tasks are going to take. And I guess before I go further, help me understand. Am I understanding this correctly? Oh, okay. I understand this way better now. Okay, so then with Hermes Agent, how about security? Would I want to run it on my desktop? Do you think it'd be better to do that in a cloud? Or maybe like a separate machine that I can leave on all the time? And from what I understand, like, you know, if it's cheaper to use it for a machine for API cost, then that's when you want to use it for its own separate machine. But most cases, it's going to be just cheaper to use it in the cloud. But that aside, just for like in general security and any other things that I might not be thinking of that are important, what do you think about running a Hermes agent for this like random business assistant thing task? How do you think is the best way to run it for like the use case I'm talking about? Okay, so I get it now. Like, I can make mirrors of things like obsidian so that it can't actually write to it or change anything. It's just like looking at it. And then if it got like a malicious instruction or just did something out of the ordinary, it would only have access to like the mirror and it couldn't change anything. So that's new to me. That's good to know. And basically, how does that work when I wanted to do stuff on my desktop? How does that security work? Because like, you know, say I do everything to run it on a cloud server, with a Docker, even with command approvals, and it needs to go do something in my browser. Is that going to be secure? Or is that better to just have a different machine for, I guess? That's kind of where I'm confused right now. Oh, okay. Does not use the browser on your physical desktop. It opens its own completely independent invisible browser running in the cloud. That's awesome. Okay. Okay, that makes sense then. So it can't do everything I thought it could do. You don't want to give it access to anything on your browser that it would need like a password. So if I'm like, you know, just random things where I have to like go create an account, get the API key, put it into like a file, I would not want Hermes to do that. It says do not do this yet. Okay. Okay, so most of the stuff that I was thinking about using this for is things that like it would need to like log into a site, um and like, you know, do things for me, take actions on that site. And it can do that, but it's just not secure. So you're saying like do not do this yet. So like at what point would I want to do this? If it's possible to do it in a secure way. So it's possible. Okay. So I've also heard that ChatGPT Codex can do this type of work very well. Whereas like Claude, sometimes it can do it, but I feel like there's a lot more limits to what it can do. What I've heard is like Codex is much better at this stuff. So what I'm wondering is like, what do you think about using Codex to do this stuff versus a Hermes agent, especially for security, and then for like accessibility? Like, does Hermes have much more access? Like, it can do more than Codex can do? So it's like Hermes can do more, but you have to be responsible for the security. Codex can do a lot of things, but you have to like be there with it, and it does its own security. But then you're like relying that Codex will catch everything. Okay, so for right now, most of these tasks, I'm going to be like there, and it's going to be like I'm in the process of doing something, and say like Claude can only do so much when it's writing the code, and then it needs me to like go on sites and like get API keys or something like that, right? So basically, from what you're saying, is like I could have both Claude and Codex open at the same time, and I could have Claude be working on writing the code, and it finishes on its task, and it tells me to like, go to a site, generate a new API key, create an account, and send it that API key. So at that point, I could just load that same project folder into Codex and tell Codex, like, hey, go do these things that Claude can't do, and it can go and do them. Am I understanding this correctly? That's what I need to start doing. Yeah, this is going to save me so much time. And I don't even need to set up a Hermes agent yet. All right. So I think I'm going to stop this research for right now. But that's awesome because I started out just like getting clarification for Hermes agent versus custom agents. I did find some use cases where it makes more sense, I think, to use Hermes agent than creating custom agents. So that makes sense that I can still, like, I set up Hermes already. There's still use cases for it. It sounds like I just don't need it yet for like until I build out the fleet, and then it can help manage things that's already happening. And I want to start it doing like real low level stuff that's like not high security risk before I understand it. Once I'm like working with it better, then I can like, you know, do more manual things to make it so it can do more work that's more secure. But a lot of those things, like if I'm already at the computer, which I probably would be when most random tasks come up, then it's better to just do that like flow of working with Codex, it sounds like. So that's like the first step. I'm going to start doing that now. I'm going to see how, when I have random things like that that I need to do, switch over to Codex and see how it does. And then when I start to get more like of a flow of like what random things are going to be there in the business, then set up a Hermes agent that's like can work on those things even when my computer is not on, because I'll have a better idea of what they will be. But right now things are just like coming up and I'm not seeing like much patterns between certain things, but I will later. Awesome. Okay. That is money. Understanding this way better now. And it's so much hype on so much of this stuff. As someone who's like not a developer or a coder, and I'm trying to learn, like all these new tools, everything coming out, everything seems like it's brand new. Everything seems like it can do so much. But then when I really check it, it's like, okay, like this is just hype to get people to like check the article or like, you know, watch the video most of the time. And only some of it's really like substantially worth taking the effort to like learn that new skill to like hook something up new instead of just spending your time actually like doing work. And just keep on getting getting better at understanding this. Looking at going to training the agents that I'm building right now that are custom. Alright, so I was working on the X agent, finding replies for X, and also Reddit. That's one of the like highest time consuming tasks that's on like a daily basis. Alright, awesome. Alright, I'm going to do this post just one at a time because I'm going through, I think it's called my feed instead of doing searching different people. So I'll try a few of these posts that are showing up on my feed, starting with this first one from Ray Dalio. And this I feel like very much aligns with what I'm doing. Essentially, it's talking about like, you know, if you aren't doing it yourself and making mistakes, then you're not going to learn anything. And you have to make the most of your failures. So let me see. So far, 25 replies, 300 likes, 60k impressions. Let me know what you think. this is one of the main reasons I think doing this yourself and learning this yourself matters the most. When you're constantly asking other people how to do something or just copying what other people do, then how are you going to learn and get better? If something goes wrong, all you can do is blame them for giving you bad advice. If you do it yourself, you understand your thought process on why you made those decisions, and you can do an analysis into what you could do better next time. I think as technology advances, more people are going to be thinking that this is an excuse for them to just have technology make decisions about their investing for them. But that is going to end up with problems compared to having technology help you make your own decisions. And then that way you can get better over time. All right, I liked variant 2 better because like I think it was like more of a broad answer. Version or variant A, variant 1, I don't 100% agree with, and that's speaking for me, and for me that's not what took me the longest to get in investing. So I didn't relate to that one as much. So I'm going to give you my version, and again, I feel like, I rambled on too long. So give me a shortened, condensed version that, like, gets the main pain points of what I'm saying. Okay, so if I have a task where I am going and I'm finding replies, say for like X, replies that I can write, like posts that are good candidates for replies. Essentially, what I'm thinking is that'd be better for a custom agent. Because it's like the same task over and over. I can give it the metrics and how to train it to get better. Whereas like Hermes, probably not as good. Am I understanding this correctly? All right, on to the next post. Let me know what you think of this one. I feel like looking at it, it's like telling me something I already knew, that like most years the S&P 500 is up. Maybe like, what is it? I don't know if it's like 20% of the time it goes down that year. But like how I think this relates to what I'm doing is that it's just giving you data that most years it's going to go up. You don't know when it's going to go down. And that the more data you have, the better you can make your decisions. And you can use tech to help you get that data. Let me know what you think about this post being good and about that kind of like train of thought working with the response, or if you see something better. Welcome to the chat, Clinton. Have I made any money yet? With this challenge, no. First business just launched about a month ago, Stackivate. And working on the marketing, getting users right now. No money yet. And you know, I could have just gone on and started doing jobs on like Fiverr or Upwork. Could have just started posting a lot of books up on Amazon, and I would have started making money. But that's not the way that I'm doing this. I want to do this to build businesses that are going to have long-term value. Yes, I have. I have tried polymarket models and bots. Actually, I have not used any real money with them yet. I just started creating the foundation for a trading bot operating system that runs both stocks and crypto bots and polymarket. And the main reason they're on the same system is because a lot of stuff on polymarket is, you know, like percent, like has to do with stocks and crypto. Like a lot of it is like, you know, what's the chance that Bitcoin's gonna like go up another $1,000 this month? So the data from the stocks and crypto can be used to help make better decisions for polymarket. That is something where I've still got like the bots that are kind of training and doing research, and they're working on like essentially fake money, like paper trading. And once I find bots that, you know, over a period of time, maybe I'll give it like another month or two, that are consistent, then I will give them like small amounts of money. But I'm not in a rush to do that because I'm kind of skeptical about that still. But definitely building something like that out, trading operating system. And I will go back to covering that on this stream, but for right now, like, I built it on stream, and it doesn't make much sense to kind of just show like the bots running, I guess, until I'm actually like using them and getting some data, because there's not much data yet. So welcome to the chat. RSS. Did I write smart contract code? And if you, what language you used? If I did, what language did I use? So, I'm not sure. That is a good question. I didn't actually write the code. AI wrote the code for the trade. I'm guessing you're referring to the trading bot operating system. So, actually, I'm going to pull that up right now, and let me answer that question for you, because I'm wondering that myself. Do you know, is there any smart contract code that has been written in this project? And if there is, explain it to me. If not, explain why there isn't. And also just give me like the basics of smart contract code and how it might be used in any like use cases that would possibly apply to the system and what my goals are and what I'm trying to do. So mostly what I know from exactly code for blockchain or DAO, mostly what I know about smart contract is from learning about crypto and blockchain, specifically Ethereum. I would like to work more in crypto. One of the things being like Solana and Solana apps. And then like when I understand this stuff better over time, I'd like to get into crypto more to understand like how to use crypto for smart contracts, especially for business. From what I understand, like that's like the best way to do contracts. Like there can be like what do you call it? Escrow. It's like, from what I understand, like the safest, best way to do business contracts. So that's somewhere I would like to get to where I felt like, before AI coding, that just sounded like something that was like really, really difficult. I'd have to pay somebody to do. But now it feels like a possibility. All right, so no, there's no smart contract code in the trading operating system project. That's by design. The only genuine blockchain reference in the entire project is a documentation note describing Polymarket. That's describing Polymarket's architecture. So I designed the data model correctly. It's not code I've written or need to write. There isn't any because the current system doesn't touch a blockchain at all. It's a Python trading system. Phase 1 is equities through Alpaca, regular stocks, a regular brokerage. There's nothing on chain about buying Apple through a broker. Phase 2, Polymarket doesn't require me to write smart contracts. This is the key point. Polymarket already deployed all its smart contracts. The bot would interact with them, not author them. I would use a Python client for my own architecture notes that signs orders off-chain using EIP 712, a message signing standard. Post them to a Polymarket's off-chain order book. And the settlement happens on-chain via their already deployed contracts. I'd only ever write a smart contract if I was building the venue, not trading on it. I'm building a trader, a taker of an existing market, so contract authorship is out of scope for the goals that I have right now for this project. So do I have any suggestions, looking back at the chat, for a beginner as a developer on blockchain space? Yes, just start building. Start with like the simplest project you can think of and just build it. And then you're going to learn a lot just from building. And then go like to the next most difficult project you can think of. And probably there's like stuff that you're not even thinking about that won't become like relevant to you until you've actually built some really simple things. So I mean, just be consistent. Build, like, try to do it like at least something like every day, so that your mind understands how all this works without having to like build once a week and like relearn all the concepts. And just stay consistent, have a goal, start with like something really easy, I think is the best advice I have for you. So basically, the reason I'd want to do a smart contract for this particular project would be for Polymarket. If I would build my own prediction market or an on-chain fund. So, like, even the thought of that, even the thought of me building my own prediction market, like, a couple months ago, like, I would have been like, no way, I would mess that up. Like, that would be, like, impossible for me to understand. You know, I'm not that good at tech to do something like that. But now, I totally feel confident that if I wanted to build something like that, I totally could. And I wouldn't even have to, like, copy Polymarket. I could just have my own idea. And, you know, I could take, like, inspiration from Polymarket, but I would want to build out something different. I wouldn't want to just copy it. I would want to build out something that's unique to, like, my strengths and weaknesses and, like, what I do, and probably something that would provide value to me and not just, like, whoever I would, like, you know, have on the, whoever else would be using it, I guess. My X handle is Nate Needham. There should be a link in, looks like you're on YouTube, in the description. Otherwise, just look up my name on X, and you should see it. Respect. Glad I could help. And essentially what I'm doing now is, like, I'm training this agent. So, like, with a Hermes agent, it's like you just give it a task and you're not really, like, you know, giving it much, like, I think, like, background information on how it's going to do the task. It kind of figures it out for itself. But with what I'm doing is, like, the custom agent, I want to, like, train the agent first. So it's manually, like, I'm doing the work kind of manually with help from Claude. So it's logging the right things of what works and what doesn't work. So, like, once I hand it off to the custom agent that I build in the cloud, it already comes with, like, instructions on, like, how to do the right thing, what not to do. And then I just check in maybe once a week to see what it did. Let it know, like, okay, this is what I want, this is what I don't want. That goes in the database. So, like, I manually am helping train it so it gets better over time. But it's getting, like, way more specifically better than it would with a Hermes agent. And then over time, I should have to like step in less and less manually. This next one seems like it has very high engagement. It's like, I think it's better than that last post, that Carlson post. But still, it's kind. I'm like, it kind of leans to skip it. I'm not really sure on this one. I want to get your input. It looks like a very like high value post to comment on. But let me know what you think. This one is on Elon Musk's latest predictions. University degrees worthless within 3 years. AI takes over financial and legal work. I definitely see that. I thought university degrees were worthless. Like, not all of them. See, that's the thing. I don't think I think there's going to be some things that, like, I mean, certain things, like, you're not going to be able to get a job in that field without a degree. Other things, like, I went to school for business administration, and that does not require a degree to be an entrepreneur. So, like there's a lot of degrees, I think, that were already worthless. Robots outperform the best surgeons by 2030. That might be true, but would I trust it? Saving for retirement won't matter. I mean, I don't get that one at all. That would be nice, but would I trust that? No. Alright. It says engagement here is a trap. Saying there's too many replies. No one's gonna see it, most likely. The audience isn't the best. Alright, yeah, I believe that. This one's like nothing. Here's one. This one looks like good, but it's about trading. And my product is not about trading. Starbucks stock going nuts because it might cut out Microsoft and IBM. As much as I think Kramer is like a horrible person to listen to, I think maybe this, I feel like just because it's him, I don't even want to post on it. But I know he gets a lot, like, his audience are like the people I think that Stackivate would have the most benefit for, because these are people that just like need someone else to tell them what to do. And like, I don't know what this guy is on, but anytime I see someone acting like that, I would not trust them. But let's see what AI thinks. Alright, I understand what you're saying, and I will take that into consideration for future posts that look like this. This next one is like another good one for me to run by you. First off, it's by Jim Cramer. I do not have much respect for him. I think most of his advice is really bad. I think his personality is just like, he's all over the place. But what he's talking about here, I think, is like, it relates to what I'm saying. However, like, he's saying, like, you know, this stock going up, which what he believes is because it's going to cut out Microsoft and IBM. is brutal to him. Like, he thinks it's bad that companies might switch from their current programs to AI, which is like, I think where that's a lot of people are at. They're really like, you know, they demonize AI, they're afraid of it, they don't understand it. But if it, I mean, it's a business, and if a business can run more efficiently and have like, you know, better return on investment, make more income with AI, then why wouldn't you use it? If you don't, and every other business does, you will go out of business because they will outperform you. So like, also like, people shouldn't be listening to him, and I almost want to like be telling his audience, like, or not almost, but I feel like his audience is people that like listen to what he has to say. But if they just like use their brain and had technology help them instead of looking at it as something that's like bad or brutal, then they wouldn't need to listen to people like him, and they would actually get better over time instead of him, who has a very bad track record for like calling this stuff out. So like, if I like, you know, anyone that I wouldn't want to post on, it would be him. But with what he's saying, like, I want to kind of like help save people that are like tricked into what he's trying to like, you know, sell them, I guess. Let me know what you think. So looking back at the chat, you think AI will be one of the biggest fraud? Uh, in what way? Because I think, you know, AI has the potential to do a lot of good and do a lot of bad, just like anything out there. I mean, the internet, you know, the internet helps a lot of people, but a lot of people use it for fraud. So like, what do you think the solution is to like, you know, I mean, I don't feel like just because something could be good or bad that you should like, you know, shut it down. I think there could be more guardrails, maybe. Um, Maybe something AI, if someone's doing fraud on AI could recognize it easier and report them, maybe. But it's interesting to hear what you think. Like, what area of AI do you think it will be a fraud, or be like a biggest fraud, I guess? All right, that makes sense to me. Leave that one alone. I agree with you. Thanks for that insight. I'm going to give you a screenshot of the next one. This seems like way more neutral. Short and to the point. Let me know what you think. So, the chat, RSS, you're saying people tag AI on their product for selling. I think I know what you mean. Um, you know, in some cases, like, it is legit. Like, a big part of this Stackivate, this first business I'm doing, it's like relies on AI to, you know, on a weak level to do automatic journaling for people when they're like making a buy or a sell. But the bigger level that it uses AI is that it has a database on people's financial decisions. and it helps them get better over time, and it helps show them, kind of areas that an outsider would only see where they're making mistakes or doing well to help them get better. And I think without AI, like, you would basically need like a coach, someone to like work with, like person to person over a period of time that could like, pick up on these things. And the cost of doing that compared to like having an AI do it for you is way more. I mean, if you want to get a good AI coach for like finance, for investing, or I mean a good like non-AI coach, like a real person, that's probably going to cost you maybe like $1,000 a month minimum. And AI, like I mean, just there's some like basically like under $100 a month if you did it yourself. So like Stackivate is like, I have like the APIs for the markets and stuff. The AI coach, like just the AI coach, if you didn't already have AI, that's going to be like $20 a month. Then you're going to have to like create your own system that's similar to that. And then use the API for the stock stuff. That's going to be another like $50 to $100 a month. So like what I built is like much cheaper than if someone were to like build it themselves, just because of the volume that I can have multiple people on the same project. So it's like I'm paying like for the services that multiple people could use versus if they bought these services themselves. And also I saw that same thing with the internet. Like when the internet first came out and there was the internet bubble, like every company was trying to say like, oh, we're on the, we're going to be on the internet. And a lot of them were just like, all they had was like a homepage and a website. But people didn't understand it. So like they didn't know. And a lot of people invested in a lot of companies that were really like nothing, just a website. So I do agree. A lot of people are doing that. But I think over time, like people will understand it better, and that's not going to work like it's doing right now. People will see through it. Alright, this one looks good. I don't think that this number is universal for everybody. I think the number is specific to the person and how they live their life. It also comes down to how well you manage money and understand it and can work with finances without making mistakes. So that's a big part of knowing yourself. All this comes down to like the better you know yourself, the better you can come up with the number that actually works for you. So I don't think this is one size fits all. Basically, I don't think I showed the post. What this post is saying is like, all you need is $3 million to retire. 6% annual dividend equals 180K annual income. But, I don't know if this guy has done the math, but, the vast majority of people are not able to put that much money together for retirement, and the vast majority of people do not need $180,000 a year to live. And see, I'm making sure to give it the link so it can store the link in the database, because the AI is going to need to check out these posts over time to see how well they performed, so that it can get better at knowing which post to pick, which post did well, which replies did well. And that's just going to be like training the agents over time. Agent personal trainer. So what I feel like. I'm not 100% certain on what you mean by like this type of post, but I want to see what you're talking about. So create this post, and also like um it sounds like this is something I should be doing to essentially be training the agent that creates the X post. So this could be like a part of like the training workflow right now is I reply, and then based on the replies, it it basically like gives you knowledge on what posts are working right now, and then we can take that to formulate an actual like long form post. Or I guess it doesn't even have to be long form, but we can use that to create a post, and then like use it for training how the agent is going to work. Let me know what you think of this idea. Elon's on here talking about people don't seem to understand that SpaceX will be worth more than the rest of Earth if we accomplish our goals. I don't know, bro. I think a lot of people would rather live on Earth than another planet inside of a like enclosed system. And no money can nature is worth more than any money. I don't understand. I guess I don't understand. But that sounds like a good X post because it's like very polarizing. I don't know. That's what scares me though, is like I'm not like people are like afraid of AI for fraud, and people are afraid of AI for like a lot of different things, but it's humans. I mean, when I hear humans talking about like money is worth more than the earth we live on, I'm just like, no, I don't think that's a good idea that people should have that much power that they can. But like they don't. Like that's what they don't. I think they don't understand that nobody's bigger than God. But hey, that's not a lesson that you want to learn. But anyways, all right, great direction. I like that one though. All right. I have seen a trend of people saying that in the future they think that AI will handle everybody's investing and saving for retirement's not going to matter. I think it's very possible that AI tools will get so good that they can handle people's investing. But at the end of the day, AI is not the one who has to live with the results of what happens. By trusting AI, people will not learn who they are as an investor, and they will not be able to get better over time. No matter how good AI gets, I think there's still going to be the necessity of having a human in the loop, or else there can be some very disastrous consequences. Okay, so I like the number one, the provocation, and I'm gonna show you my version in my own words. And I think it's just a little too long, but I'm not sure. Like, this is like my own ex post, so I'd almost rather have it in my own words. But let me know what you think, and then I want to ask you more about like this process of training the agents for my own posts. Welcome to the chat. Novari, respect every time. Did I make any money off of this? Not yet. Just launched the first business, version 1, within the last month to 2 months ago. And I've had a couple users that have started signing up for the paid tier, but they just stopped. They didn't complete it. Found some bugs that was like a problem to why they couldn't get through. Fix those bugs. Working on creating a automated marketing system. So essentially right now it's all about sending traffic to the business. So no income yet, except for like the income I personally have bought some subscriptions just to like test it out. But I'm not counting that because that's like not, I don't think that's legit to like say like, I built a business and then I was the customer. So I'm just not counting me as a customer. So it has made money, but only from me as a customer. But this is a process, and this is one of the main things that I want to show people is that, a lot of this hype out there that I'm seeing on social media and the internet is showing like every day is showing me like all these like, this person made this app and then they made like $1 million a year, right away. And that's like a very, very small percentage of people that are creating apps. And there's a lot more to it. And plus a lot of the apps that make money right away, what I've seen, they're riding trends and they're doing something that is only going to be valuable for like a short amount of time. And I'm building businesses that are like have a solid foundation, and I don't see their use case getting smaller over time. I see it getting bigger. So, essentially, I think in reality, most people that start a business, they're not going to make money in the first, 6 months. To me, it seems like, why not build it right now? I mean, the more data I give it, the better it's going to be when I hand it off to the agent. I want to build something. I'm like trying to convince Claude. I feel like it's saying like do it later, but why? And just to make sure I understand this, basically like you're storing it in a database in the project the same way you would store it in the Supabase database that the agent would use. And I think the biggest thing I'm not sure about is like, are we using these reply posts in the database to help understand like what posts are doing well? Because essentially the posts I'm replying to are posts that are doing well. So right now, is this just capturing the post I'm doing and then it can check the analytics later to see how well they did? Or is it also capturing the posts that do well so it knows like how to help guide me to know what topics are doing well to post on and stuff like that? Other than that, I agree with you. Like, if I can do everything with the database right now, just through the project and transfer it to an actual database when I build it later, that's not a problem. I just want to make sure I'm not missing out on like capturing any data. And honestly, it's not that big of a deal to me to build this out and just like create the schemas and then like, you know, do a new part in the database. So if there's any extra value to doing that now, I would honestly rather do it now. And I can just have this as like part of my workflow that comes after doing the replies. A slide and a moonwalk. Moonwalking. Alright, I'm about to give you the link for the post that I just did. And, essentially I'm wondering, giving you the link for each post, is that necessary when all you have to do is, like, just check the analytics later? I don't see why you would need the link. This kind of seems like an extra step to me. That makes sense. Also, I feel like taking a screenshot of analytics, maybe like once a week or something, would that provide any value to the agents and the database and the system that we are building right now? Okay, I agree. There's really not that much. It's a new account. So this is going to be, probably build out the agents first, get them working, and then it would make more sense to start doing that. So for right now, yesterday I did those X replies, or I mean Reddit, but it's a new day, so I want to do for today the Reddit stuff. So go ahead and do your scan. Let me know what you think for potential replies. In my opinion, the safest asset is actually having a plan on how to deal with a stock market crash and being able to follow your plan without becoming emotional and making decisions that you will later regret. I think that is the best or most safe asset that you could actually have during a stock market crash. As far as assets go, there's never any 100% certainty that any one asset will not be affected. Even cash can be affected. This is not a one-size-fits-all answer that somebody else can tell you based on what is working for them. It might work for you in certain ways, but over time, things will change. The best thing for you to do is to figure out what kind of investor you are, and that will translate to what kind of structure will work best for you. And when you are doing this yourself and making your own decisions, then you will be able to learn and get better. If you're just asking other people what they think will work for you or what works for them, it will be very difficult to get better over time, and you will feel the need to keep asking other people for advice instead of actually doing what works for you and learning and getting better over time. All right, I just replied to both of those. I'm going to list both of my replies. Let me know what you think about the replies. Give me another version if you think that that's better than what I did, and we can go from there. I think both of them were strong. I'm gonna skip on the permalinks. I'll just check later and I can let you know if any of them did well. Like if I got replies, basically from what I understand is what matters. And if I get replies, then I'll bring them to you. Because from what I understand, that's really the main goal of this is getting replies back and starting some kind of dialogue. Can you create an HTML that basically shows like where I'm at with this AI agent building process and like the order of agents that we currently have that I'll be building? Let me know of anything extra I could be doing right now that would help. I get it, like I want to be creating one agent at a time. But if something like, you know, these replies take time of just repetitions and I could add that into a workflow now, let me know what you think. I want to have this like visual aid just to get a better picture of where I'm at and where things are going with this. So here we got the HTML I just created. Certain things just like a visual aid like this help me understand things a lot better, especially if it's something that I might want to ask the same question multiple times. This is much quicker. Alright, this helped a lot. I noticed two things that I want to talk to you about. The first thing is that it's saying the second agent is already live. That is not true. I think we built it, but I just haven't hooked it up yet onto the cloud. And we're just running it manually like we just did today and yesterday. So I guess there must have been some disconnect. Or maybe I'm not even understanding this correctly. So look into this and let me know, am I understanding this correctly? And is there still training that we're doing with this agent? So maybe it'd be better if I still did it manually with you to train it for like another week or something like that before I actually built the agent. And also I believe like, you know, the dashboard and everything's set up so when you are manually doing these runs, it is storing the data so that it can get better. And then the second question I have is based on Whisper. Oh, weird, it's not even running. Starting the pain point capture loop. So you got it that like I would manually tell you if like a certain post has any pain points, but is that just something that you could automatically do? So like every time I give you a post, or even when you're scanning for posts, couldn't you just like automatically find ones that would work good for like pain points and just bring it to my attention like, hey, I found this one, I think it would work good for a pain point, ask me what I think. So answer these two questions. Now what I want to know is like the Hermes dashboard for like on the desktop. Its desktop app is basically like, you know, everyone has to use that same app for all their agents. And it just is like, from what I understand, it interface to communicate with the agents. It can also be transferred to like what's it called? WhatsApp or Telegram. Most people use it on Telegram. So basically what I'm wondering is like, if you just build your own custom dashboard for like it can deal with all the agents, like an agent operating system, would that be like possible to build something that's better than just using like the Hermes desktop app or communicating with it in like a Telegram format? I'll be back. Actually. Oh, yeah, there is. So everything makes sense except for one part. You're saying that none of these agents are autonomous yet, except I did set up that first agent that does the weekly research on the railway cloud, and it's already done 2 runs. So it's worked 2 weeks in a row that I know it's running autonomously on a cron schedule. So maybe it just wasn't updated that I had that set up. But it sounds like you're able to access that information from the database and use it for, posts and stuff like that. So let me know, is this just something that like I didn't tell you that I had that created yet? Or is this something that I just don't understand? I'm not done with this session yet. I'm about to record a video and then give it to you for ingestion and everything that goes with that. But before I do, I want you to basically commit and push anything that's not been done yet from this session so far, and let me know if there's anything else you recommend to do before I move on to making this video. I was like, what? Okay. Yeah. What is up, Aramane? Where have I been? Mostly same old, same old. Um, Felt like this week, like I need a little bit of a break, and had some internet issues. But definitely the work jam session, the rock hip keyboard jam session to the max. Respect every time, bro. Good to see you back. And man, I'm working like never before. Really not doing anything else, but that's all I'm seeing right now there is, man. Like, I got out on the water yesterday. Went out on my bike for a little bit today. That stuff helps me from getting burnt out, but really this is where I want to be, man. This is what I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build this this empire. Really everything else out here to me is really nothing. And just trying to create my own reality and stay in it, so I don't have to deal with the fake and evil one that's trying to be pushed on me. But anyways, I'm about to do this video, the video. Going to see Jeremy tomorrow at his lake house. So that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, all right. All right. All right, okay, something new for today, bringing you value, as I would say. So, picture this: the market's down. You look at your portfolio, everything's red. There's a pit in your stomach, and you've already refreshed the app 5 times today. Anyone who has invested has felt this, has been in this situation. If you've been in the game for at least a few months, you've most likely seen this. Been in the game more than a year, you've definitely seen this. So, that exact moment when the fear is loudest and your thinking is quietest is when almost everyone makes their biggest decision about what to do with their money. And it is the worst possible time to make it. So, I built a small free tool to fix that. It does one thing I have never seen: the usual what to do when the market drops advice tells people. And it has nothing to do with what to buy. So, if you've ever watched that portfolio, have a red day, felt that pit in your stomach, you know the urge. Do something, anything. But here's the problem: that exact moment when the fear is loudest, your head is the quietest, that is when most people decide what to do. And it's the worst possible time to make a call. So, this tool is going to flip all that. So, I'm going to talk about why the mid crash decisions are bad, the receipt you need to take. Plenty of people who swear they'll hold through a 20 to 30% drop usually end up selling during a 15% one. So there's definitely a gap between how calm we think we'll be and how we actually behave. This is real and it's definitely well documented. It isn't that people are dumb or weak. It's a timing problem. They're making a high stakes decision at the exact moment they're least equipped to make one. So emotion isn't the enemy. It's just a terrible decision maker in the moment. You don't beat that with more willpower. You beat it by moving the decision earlier. So this is really the base of why this tool exists. 2 different reasons. It's all about deciding before, not during a move, a downward move, a crash, whatever you want to call it. You want to make the call while you're calm, write it down, let that pre-made decision run the show when the drop actually hits, because it will hit at some point. Historically, it always comes. The second move, the plan should fit you. There is no single right answer for what to do if the market drops 30%. You got to make it concrete. A cautious investor 25 years from retirement and someone 2 years from a down payment should have completely opposite plans, and both can be right. Most finance content hands you the answer. This does the opposite. It helps you find your answer. So I don't build a here's what you should do tool. I build the one that helps you write your own rule in advance. All right, so why did I build this? I kept seeing the same thing in beginner investing threads. People asking a forum or a stranger, what would you do with their own money? I noticed a pattern. A lot of them had been sitting in cash for years, frozen. They never built their own way to decide. So every decision means asking someone else again. Outsourcing the decision feels safe, but it means you're never the one who actually learns. The next drop is going to come, and you'll be right back asking the same question. It'll be different circumstances. It might feel like it's going to be different, and you won't know because you will have learned nothing from the first one because you got the advice from somebody else. So that's the gap I wanted to close. Not here's the answer to copy, but here's how to make the call yourself. All right, so here's the demo that I have. This is the tool as it exists right now in Stackivate. All right, so decide what you'll do in a market drop before it happens. So picture this. Your portfolio just dropped, let's say 30%. Your honest first instinct is to, and this is going to be, just you got to imagine what's going on, put yourself in that spot. For me, I would have to say, sell a little bit, take some risk off. Maybe it's going to keep going, because in those situations, to me, it always looks like it's the beginning of a crash. It's the beginning of like bigger losses to come. So why not sell some? Why not take some risk off? Looking at how many years you need until you need this money. For me, I would say about 20. It's going to be different for everybody. And the next one being the rule that I want to commit to. Decide now in the calm. So I think I would keep contributing on my normal schedule. I've been in this game long enough to know that honestly, these times of a drop are the best times to keep contributing. So now I've got my answer. I got my plan right here, and I can copy it right from this site. So if my portfolio drops 30%, I will keep contributing on my normal schedule. I'm deciding this now with 20 years before I need this money. So that is my plan, but I've also got the AI giving me a read on my plan. And in this case, it's basically telling me it's not the best plan. It's saying that my instinct is to sell some to take risk off, but my plan is to keep contributing on my normal schedule. So that's like a contradiction. That's something I didn't see. And that's something I probably would have done in the heat of the moment. But because I'm doing this ahead of time, I can get this insight on it. So that gap is exactly what a written plan is for. So there's no single right reaction here. A cautious investor and an opportunistic one can land on opposite plans and both be right. What matters the most isn't which one you picked, it's that this one is yours and that you stick to it. So if I'm looking at this, it's telling me that basically like the worst time to decide what to do in a drop is in the middle of one. The rule I write while being calm doesn't make the fear go away when it does happen. It just means the fear doesn't get to make the call. So I'm seeing this and I'm like, well, maybe I should, adjust my plan, because that is kind of like a contradiction, right? So I definitely know that the most important thing is to keep contributing. If anything, maybe contribute a little bit more during the dip, during the crash. But now I'm like, okay, I think basically like, buy more makes more sense to me. So I just updated my plan, and I got an updated result. So now it's telling me there's coherence. I'm less likely to be surprised by my own reaction. This is a much better plan. It makes way more sense. I didn't really see the contradiction at the time, but that is like, how my brain probably would have thought. Like something like that would have came up out of the blue. That day I just look and I see like everything's red, all the prices are going down. That's probably what I would be thinking. So now I have a better plan. And that took me like, only a couple minutes to do. The plan is mine. The tool is free. It's on stackivate.com. So, the real results are not the planned sentence. It's the gap between what my gut and my plan was originally and what that gap says about me. So that way, I can know myself better. I can understand this and I can get better over time. If I just waited for a crash to happen and then I was going out looking for advice from the media or other investors that I thought were, had more experience than me, then that wouldn't be my plan. That would be their plan, and I wouldn't learn anything from it. And another crash would happen later, and I would be back to the same spot. So, this tool is the drop plan. Basically, it makes the brand point. A cautious investor and an opportunistic one can land on opposite plans and both be right. What matters is that this one is yours. This was never really about the market. It's about knowing how you react. So when it's real, your pre-made rule makes the call instead of the fear. So you guys saw how I changed that one input and it made all the difference. And I learned a lot from it. So the overall goal isn't to predict yourself perfectly. It's to close the gap between who you are in the calm and who you become in the storm. Because there's always a calm before the storm. So go ahead and check this out. It's free. It's on the Stackivate site. The link is below in the description. So it takes about 30 seconds. It's a much better thing to do before a drop than during one. If you want to go further on what kind of investor you actually are, there's a quick archetype quiz there too. I would definitely recommend to take that. I'm genuinely curious. What's your honest first instinct when you open the app and everything's red? Meaning like whatever brokerage app you have, even if it's just you check the news, you don't even check your like actual brokerage app. Let me know below in the comments. Remember, the calmest investors aren't fearless. They just already decided. All right. The music back up. Alright, so now I can just take this video, this video, and I can put it in the ingestion in my project. It knows the script. It knows most of it was me ad-libbing. It can take out my ad-libbing. It can use that for my brand voice so it understands how I talk. It can use that for future content. It's going to help me understand how the video was too. And one of the most important things to me as someone who creates a lot of videos is it's going to be able to do a lot of the editing. The main part of editing for me that takes the most amount of time is cutting out the parts where I might say the wrong thing. I'm definitely getting better at doing these videos with having less takes. But it's these quiet points in between, you know, when I'm reading about what the next step is going to be, what I'm going to say, and it edits these out automatically. That takes up the majority of my time for editing. So looking back at the chat, what am I building? So right now I've got the Stackivate version 1, the first app, the first business that I'm doing with this challenge. Right now I'm building out the marketing system for it. So I'll still be doing the marketing. Like, I just recorded that video. It's one piece of marketing content that I can break down. But I just want to do the marketing that only requires me. There's a lot more that goes into this, and I'm automating everything else out in the system. So essentially, I'm building a fleet of custom agents and some Hermes agents that will do the majority of this marketing process for me. So I can just focus on the CEO level stuff. And once I automate this and get this all going, then I can go to the next task that takes up the most of my time, and I can automate that. And in my opinion, marketing is the most important, most time-consuming task that I have right now. The app is live. First app that I ever built. Well, not the first app I ever built. The first app that is essentially not free, that takes payment from users. First business app that I've ever built. And this is really like the most important thing is the marketing, because that's how I get users onto the app. If I'm not doing any marketing, probably not going to be any users. No one would know to check it out. I mean, you know, part of the marketing I'm doing is like SEO and AEO stuff on the site, but that's like more of a longer game. That's going to be like, you know, adding articles over like the next year or two to start getting ranked. But you know, that's a long time to be waiting. That one-sided strategy of just doing SEO and AEO, I think, is not a very good strategy, or at least not a good strategy for short-term getting users. That's the most important thing. All right, so now I'm going back to the code. Got this video. And I'm gonna give it the video. So let's see. I just recorded the Your Marketing Drop Plan video. The feature that I built onto Stackivate. That one originally was like, came out last week. I didn't get to it till now. I've been doing a lot of setup with the different channels. But essentially, I'm gonna put the file path for the video here. I want you to do the, I believe we already built in the editing feature into this project. If not, let me know and we can build it in. I want you to start by doing all the editing, which is mainly getting rid of the quiet parts, making those cuts automatically. Also, the brand voiced, you can see the script, so you can do like a transcript of what this actual video I'm giving you to ingest is, and you can get my brand voice, or you can update the brand voice based on what I ad-libbed, what's different from the script. And let me know if there's anything else that I forgot that is part of this process. Also, let me know if I'm reminding you of too much. If you already have this down, that you're doing this automatically each time I give you a video and tell you basically like, I just created this video, ingest it, and I don't need to add all that extra stuff, let me know. Aramane. Check out the Pretzel Rocks. Pretzel. Essentially everything on here is good for streaming for copyright stuff. I still on YouTube I get a notice like copyright, but it says like, you know, it's not an issue that changes anything. But one thing though is that I put on the settings not to have lyrics in the songs, and it just like it's like breaks it down by stations, different types of music, and certain stations just like end up playing songs that have lyrics in it, and I trying to work with the lyrics, like it just distracts me. So I guess there's better options, but it's just not that high of a priority for me to go and change this yet, and it's only like $10 a month, but I feel like that's totally worth it to not need to deal with the copyright stuff. So, and I get the different channels to pick from. But definitely let me know. Let me know when you start streaming. And I'll jump in the chat when you're on stream. It'll definitely help engagement. Like if I'm like commenting a lot on your stream, then YouTube is more likely to push it out to more people. So definitely let me know. Hopefully you get it. Maybe you got it already going. Who knows? Yes, you can use it for monetizing. And that being said, I just got monetized on Twitch already. Like I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa, that was quick. So the like bar for getting monetized on Twitch is way lower than YouTube, but sounds like they pay you a lot less than YouTube does. Welcome back to the chat, Passion Brains. Respect every time. Saying thanks to preview your text. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Plus, thanks to preview my text. Passion Brains in the chat is saying 5 messages back. Oh, messages like... I don't see any other messages from you from this stream, if that's what you're saying. Also, I want to understand this better. From what I understand right now, let me know if I'm wrong. Basically, you transcribe the entire video, and then you compare that to the script, and then you just find like the most valuable pieces that you know that is my ad-lib because it's different from the script, and then you put that into the brand voice. You're not putting the entire script into the brand voice. Also, you're talking about different models, like one of them being a better model and one of them being a faster model. I'm guessing these models are for the transcription, and the better model probably costs more to run. So if I'm right so far, let me know. Why is it better? And what is the cost, like, for this video? Doesn't have to be exact, but what do you think the cost would be? And what do you think the cost would be for the faster one? And also, is this like part of my subscription, or is this running through an API? Welcome to the chat, Viper Gaming. Respect every time. Any tips for college students? I guess it depends on what you're going to college for and what you're trying to do mostly. I went to college for business administration, and I had not started my first business yet. But if I could go back in time, knowing what I know now, I would have taken the time and the effort and the money that I invested into going to college, and I would have just started my first business. I learned way more about business by starting my first business after going to college than everything I learned in college from a bunch of professors who'd never started their own business before. But I mean, it's different. Like, you know, some professions, like, you need college, you need that degree, or else you can't get a job. Also, as far as I know, there's not any colleges that are teaching vibe coding and agentic orchestration. I think these are going to be like two of the most valuable skills that an employee can have, not even in the future, but already right now. So if there's anything more specific you want to know, feel free. So you're wondering, is DSA really important for AI ML students? Feel like gotta check out what is AI ML. Oh, AI, duh. AI and ML fundamentals. Multi-language, I'm thinking. So that's cool. They do have some, I guess AI has been a topic for many years. It's just at a different level now. DSA. Oh, data structures and algorithms. So here's what I think about, like, basically what you're saying. Um, Depends on what your goals are. It depends on what, if you want an employer, if you're trying to like start your own business, those are going to be very different things. But I think mainly, like, it is important to understand how these things work, right? Like the basics, like data structure. Like you should know how that works. Like you should like know all the basics of it. However, I think now that AI is doing so much and it's only going to get better, to be like more focused on it, to like be able to be really good at doing this stuff when AI can do it, is not important. AI is going to make mistakes from time to time. You just need to be able to catch it. And when you know the basics, then you should be able to catch it. But even if you don't, when you do some kind of like cleanup or code refactor or any kind of like catching bugs, stuff like that, I think all these things will be revealed to you, even if you don't take the time to learn it. It might just be like, you know, more difficult for you to like figure it out at the time. So it all depends on like how you learn, I think. But for the most part, a lot of people think that like, you know, people, especially when I first started this challenge, were telling me like I'd never be able to like build a secure website without having all this background knowledge and everything like that. But what I've learned over time is that even the best coders still make mistakes, and they rarely build something that's 100% secure. They end up finding bugs like later down the road. And in life, like nothing is certain. Like, you know, life is not secure. Like you can build a car and try to make it as secure as you want, but it's still not 100%. You can never be like 100%, you know, safe with anything. You just gotta live your life, and you know, the level of risks that you want to take will equate to the rewards that you get in life. But I mean, as far as doing what you're doing, it totally depends on what you're trying to do with that degree. But that even helped me understand things, because like, let me know, are what you're learning in college, is that teaching you anything about vibe coding and where AI is right now? Or is it like textbooks from like last year that are teaching you about, you know, just like how AI works and like stuff like that and terminology? Because from what I understand, in universities, they're not like up to date on like using this stuff the way that, you know, a business would want to pay you to actually use it. It's just like teaching you how everything works. But I don't know this for 100% certainty. Alright. %, until auto compact. Wasn't checking on that. Guessing I'm using Fable right now. No, Opus, wow. Alright, commit and push anything that has not been done yet. And the new GPT 5.6 that came out today. I have not tried it yet. I did some research. And did some research like at the beginning of this video that I thought was super interesting. But it wasn't really on like 5.6. I think I looked into that a little bit yesterday. From what I understand, 5.6 is the soul. Like soul like the sun. and it's almost as good as Fable 5. It sounds like it's better than Opus 4.8, but not as good as Fable 5. But I'm just trying to think of like use cases for it. So I think I've still got like 50% of my Fable 5 usage that I have up until 2 more days before they take it away and make it API. And pretty much like all the stuff I'm seeing right now online is people talking about like you only have 2 more days for Fable 5, and then I mean it is expensive. Like running Fable 5 for a couple hours costs well over $100. So it's going to be pretty ridiculous when it is the API cost. However, I don't think it's like that big of a deal because I think that AI is still going to keep getting better, and I think that it'll just be a matter of time, maybe like 3 to 6 more months before another model drops that's even better than Fable 5, and I think this might be like the sign of how things are going to go in the future. Like the new model will drop, they'll let everyone use it for free for like a week, only like a certain amount, and then after that they'll put it on paid, and then the next upgrade will drop, and then the previous one will be like either heavily discounted or free, or like, you know, be able to use on your subscription. But that's kind of like my intuition, what is telling me how this is going to play out. I don't think that there's any reason to worry, like, you know, everything forward in the future is going to be like, if you want a powerful model, then you have to pay for it. But I don't know, that's just what I'm guessing. Go ahead and do the session pickup memory refresh. Alright, so I'm looking at a new strategy of like doing most of my coding work with Claude Code. And then when I have manual stuff that usually Claude Code can't handle, from what I understand, is that the new update for Codex can do a lot more browser work that Claude can't do. So like I should be, to do this right, like I could be working on a project in Claude Code, in VS Code, and then when it gets to a point where like I have to go like get an API key and then put it in the project, I could just go into Codex and say, you do this for me so I don't have to do it. And it could do it. So just wondering like how that would work. Do I just like, you know, open up the project folder into VS Code and Claude Code like I usually do, but then switching over to Codex, I just open up that same project folder and like copy and paste what Claude was telling me needs to be done, and like tell Codex like, hey, I'm working on this task. Claude says I need to do this. It can't do it for me, but you can, so go ahead and do this, and like put that API key in the .env in this file, say for that specific task. And then it could go and do the task, and then I just commit and push to GitHub, and then everything would be essentially there in the folder for me to continue working coding with Claude. Am I understanding this correctly? Looks like I do. I was seeing this too. OpenAI merged Codex into a unified GPT desktop application alongside the brand new GPT work agent, which runs on 5.6 Sol engine. Explain to me this new GPT work agent. What features does it have? What can it do? I was thinking it was like a business, like Claude Cowork, but it sounds like it's different. Just helps you like get more coding work done. MCP. Oh, so it does that stuff too. Okay. Can connect to like CRMs and communication platforms and Google, like Gmail. I mean, Claude can already do this stuff too. Plus, with like CRMs and dev tools, probably better if it's a business that you make your own custom. But this is the part. Okay, this makes way more sense why I would want to use it. Full computer use functionality. Okay. Alright. This is what I wanted to see. Definitely. If it was just scraping data, it's like it can already do that, but clicking buttons, navigating dashboards, configuring web settings. Essentially, it's doing like artifacts and HTML like I'm already doing. That's the main thing I was wondering. I already knew what I was going to ask. It does have settings so you can manually make sure that is not doing something you don't want it to do. Okay, so the main thing here that catches my eye is the automated browser stuff. I've been having a really difficult time finding any kind of tool that can do this. It's only like partially what I can do with Claude. And then you got like a Hermes agent or OpenClaw, but those are like major security risks. And the way that, you know, that there's a lag between what AI actually sees on the internet and where the internet actually is now causes a lot of issues with not understanding the correct setup for a website. Like, you know, when I ask it like manually because it can't do it automatically, like where do I go on this website to find this or to do this, I have to keep giving it screenshots because it's outdated and it doesn't know where anything is. So basically is what you're telling me is that can the new this feature in Codex, it basically can like I can just give it a task and I just need to open my browser and open the site I want it to go to, and it'll go and it'll do what I want it to do. And before it like does anything that's like could be risky, it'll just check with me to make sure it's okay to do it. For like that's like the main security guard for this. But help me understand, can this basically like do anything with my browser? Are there some limits, or is it pretty much what I was like thinking? That's why, because it's okay, it doesn't look at the actual site, it looks at the website's code. Wow, okay. Welcome back to the chat, Metagrammar. Respect every time. We're saying Claude has a browser extension that Claude can operate from Claude Code. This thing says it can work in the background, so in the cloud. So this must be different from what I've seen, because I only get like partial success by having Claude try to do this. But I'm going to ask more about this next. So I guess operating my own browser or just a browser, I think it would depend on the task. But I think what you're asking is like a browser that I already have open on my computer, or like have it go and open up its own browser. Oh, you're on Twitch. And they're doing ads on there. Sorry about that. I just got monetized on Twitch like a week ago, so I'm still learning. It sounds like that ad thing is new. Hopefully it doesn't like cut out and it's like still shows like it didn't miss anything, I guess. But I guess I'm not really 100% sure on what you mean by operate your own browser or just a browser. But I mean, usually it'd be like I would open up the browser. It'd be nice to watch it to see what it's doing, to see if it's like, you know, clicking through stuff so I see it. But I guess like in some cases, I don't know if it would matter, just as long as it can get the job done and be secure. But I think that is definitely something I need to ask to verify, because I swear I've used something like that before on Claude, but it just couldn't do as much as I wanted it to do. So it can't get through captchas. Sounds like it can't do financial or security changes, like credit card, changing a billing plan. Okay, so basically my next question is like, now that I understand this is like a separate, it sounds like a separate feature from actually Codex, like for like doing coding. Maybe it's like part of Codex. So basically what I'm wondering is like, do I use the original workflow we were just talking about and just tell GPT to use the work agent, or is the work agent something that's separate that I would need to, like, instead of going in Codex and telling it to do something, I would go into the work agent and then give it the instructions? Good to hear that the ad is over. So you haven't tried the Claude browser extension. But if I want something to operate my own browser on my own computer, maybe look into that. Definitely. I'm thinking maybe what you're saying might be something different than what I tried. Like, cause I was just doing it through Opus, like in the terminal, like I would usually use for coding. But maybe there is something like, I know Claude Cowork is a little bit different. Like it's kind of like a different maybe interface is the right word. But that's definitely what I want to look up next. Because it sounds like this new update with OpenAI is much better than what I've seen Claude doing, but that's a good next question. So you think both Cowork and Code can operate your own browser? Yeah, they definitely can. It's just that some tasks I can't do with Claude. There was like a limit to what I could do. And that was the stuff that like took me the most time. And now from what it looks like is that the new update with OpenAI can do a lot more than Claude can in the browser. Mainly the things that were like costing me the most time. Oh, that's awesome. So OpenAI has merged everything into a single unified GPT desktop app. So I can, okay, that's awesome. Do I have it installed? Um, I do. So I'm not sure because from what I understand, it sounds like OpenAI just like merged something to like a different platform, and I haven't used Codex outside of VS Code for a while. So I think I need to install something new for Codex to do like these kind of features because I was just mainly doing Codex for auditing inside of VS Code. It would just like do an independent audit to audit Claude's work. So I'm not sure, basically. But testing it today, I'm not sure based on like the time right now. I think I can maybe plan that for the next stream. Or honestly, I think I'm going to be testing it. Part of me doesn't want to test it on stream because I don't know what it might do for security stuff. Because most of the tasks I use it for are for like API keys and getting stuff like that. But I think I would actually need to test it off stream just to understand like any kind of security risks. And then I could, next time I do a stream, I think it would be a good time to show what I learned and like where I'm using it. Maybe even make a video. That would be a good video, I think. But still learning, still doing research right now. All right, so somebody from the chat, I'm on a live stream right now, was telling me that Claude Code has an ability to operate my browser, and I have had to do it before, but it seems like it's very limited to what it can do. And most of the tasks that it sounds like cost me the most time, it seems like the new update from Codex can do these things. So I'm just wondering, like, can you look into Claude Code, which I use through VS Code in the terminal? Is there another way that I can get more capabilities for browser use, like outside of that, or is that how the main way to use it is just using Claude Code in the terminal and telling it to go in your browser and do stuff? And that being said, where do you see the main limits of what Claude can do with your browser? Even last night, I had like some issues with my internet, and Claude was like able to go into my router and like see what was going on and get like the records of when the internet was like cutting down. And I was like, wow, that is I did not know it could do that. So it looks like you need with Claude, you need an official Claude and Chrome extension installed in Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. Okay, and so like I've been mainly using Playwright. Playwright is very good for this, but like Playwright's only really testing my own app. I haven't really used Playwright for, you know, like going to like other websites. Claude Code was built primarily for software engineers testing local apps, which is what I've used it for, and mainly with Playwright, not as a general web automation assistant. That makes sense. Okay. Seems like the way Claude does it, it burns through a lot more tokens than the way Codex does it. Can't wait to try this out with Codex and see if it's really as good as it says it is, because this would save me so much time. Wow, the future is now. The future is here. Alright, so let's see. Back to the code. Let's see. I'm trying to think of if there's any other task that's good to start right now. I'm thinking that I should probably call it for today. I'm thinking that good time to take a break and eat some food. Just finished up with the main tasks. Did some good research. Looking forward to trying out that. And as always, like, it's good to hear what you guys want to see. So I'll take that as like you guys would like to see me try out the workflow with Codex using the browser. So I'll try to think of some use cases to where I'll try it out. understand how it works, so I'm not like messing around wasting time on the stream, and get it down so like next time I come on, then I can just like use a use case and like show you guys and probably make a video too. So that's good to know. Always trying to when I'm on stream know what you guys want to see. So respect every time for that feedback. Alright, so I would have to say that's it for today, and I hope you got a lot of value off of what I had to say. And make sure it helps the algorithm. Go ahead, hit the smash up the like button. Like up the like button. Make sure subscribe if you haven't already, because I'll be coming through with new information steady. And give thanks every time. You know, it's really a blessing to be able to build things that can create a lot of value for society, and in the process, you know, karma. Like, the more value we provide, the more value will be coming back to the business over time in the form of income. And you know, that's how you basically gauge the business, how well it's doing. Is it making money? Because you could have the best business in the world, but if nobody sees it, you know, no one's going to use it, and no money's going to be coming in. So definitely marketing is super important. I feel like there's going to be a lot more to that as this plays out, where I can, you know, not just provide value by creating cool apps, but creating marketing systems for other people that are building apps. I think that's really where I can like shine a lot and really put like my skills to use. So definitely good to see. Good to see someone new. Danilo, respect every time. Welcome to the chat. So right now I built Stackivate, my first business for this challenge. So right now I'm building a fleet of agents to run the marketing system, or essentially help me run it. Like, I still want to do just the things that need my voice. I don't want to make like the AI slop. I don't want to have the AI create the post. I want AI just to help me, so that I can, you know, just spend the least amount of time doing the most important things, and then go on and find the next highest value thing that takes up the most of my time and automate that to agents. So learning a lot from building and doing it. I've got like pretty much like 2 agents built, and just building them out one at a time and training them. Some of the agents will be Hermes agents, but as I've done more research, I've found that most of my agents are better for me to actually build them myself and make them custom, so that I'm actually the one training them on getting better the way I want them to get better, where Hermes is like more for individual tasks that are just kind of random, more for like a VA type thing. It gets better in like a different way than like the custom agents that I make. But definitely learning as I go. You know, this is all like new, paving the way, setting the trends. So the trend is your friend until the end, as they would say in finance, say in the markets. So that is good to hear. You work with SaaS. So anything, you know, I was like, I'm getting ready to end this stream, but definitely I'll finish this conversation real quick. So is there any specific SaaS that you're working with? I don't know, that you're building, or something that you'd want me to check out? I can check it out real quick and let you know what I think. But other than that, I guess I'll just wait like another minute or two to hear from you. And I was just about to end right before you came through, but I'll wait another minute. And like, that is awesome. 1% until auto compact. Stayed in the same terminal this whole session. Usually I'll try to compact at like 70%. but just kind of like wasn't thinking about it at the time, and I don't think I can really get much better than that. Trying to always avoid the auto compact if I can. Alright, so I'm going to end for now. If you are still typing a question or something, sorry about that, but definitely I'll be back, so. Say check-in tools. I'm not really sure what you're saying. Tools. Not really sure what you mean. But either way, hopefully you got some value off of what I had to say. Coming through with something new with short delay, because I'm going to be out of town for a few days. But then when I get back, I'll be recharged and ready to go. Ready to flow. So you know, give thanks every time. Respect. I'm out.